All right, shalom, shalom. Want to give all praise. Want to give all praises to Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai Bahashim Kakadash. Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Salutations to the Akim out there spreading this truth like wildfire in all truthfulness and in all sincerity. And shalom to the real sisters. Well, shalom to the rest of the elect out there. All right, we're going to this topic that came to mind. You know, basically, it's gonna be a spiritual, a righteous rant. You know, a righteous rant, and I was just thinking about how now Esau's council culture, which came from the people who came from the same people who said they was against, being basically against like oppressing Jake and shit and oppressing everybody else. They're for the people and all that. Those types, right? Your so-called liberals, peace loving, aka, they was known as hippies that was protesting the Vietnam War. Hold on. All right, so basically, these same people that was against the Vietnam War, a lot of these same people that was against the Iraq War, and they're both unjust wars, right? Started on false pretenses to, because Iraq, Esau wanted to control that old market as well as the box in Iran, and with 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 Vietnam, it was about not only countering the Soviets, but it was about the heroin trade. That's what it really was about. It was over like they wanted to control it, but they was against both wars, right? Protesting them, and then but all of a sudden, all of a sudden, all of a sudden, these same people are for that war in Ukraine, man. These same people are against. They want the U.S. to intervene to stop NATO and shit. These same people, that's fucking interesting. You know, about and now, hey, that's interesting because these same people, these so-called liberal Edomites, man. Now they're making it seem like basically that being pro-war, being for U.S. intervention in other countries and shit. U.S. playing the role of police. Basically, now that that's woke, now that that's in, now that's liberal, that's progressive to do that shit. Now that's the right thing to do. and they've been prepping our people with these wars to basically protect human rights. Like the war in Libya, the war in Syria. Basically, the attempted basically them funding the arming the Syrian rebels, which were terrorists. They were actually Wahhabi terrorists, and it was Saudi Arabia was arming them. The 48ers was actually helping them too. And there was different factions of these rebels, okay? But they were looked at as the good guys, right? And we got to help them because we got to protect their human rights from Bashar Assad and shit. Remember that shit? That was basically like to get the people to think about wars as being liberal. The U.S. is stepping in and protecting human rights. No, they're not going in there trying to take shit. They're not going over there trying to stop. Basically, trying to like box in another country. It's not about that. It's not about expanding the U.S. empire or protecting it. It's not about that. No, 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 no. No, it's about protecting human rights from a cruel dictator. It's about that. We're trying to help these people. We're trying to help these Syrian rebels. Just be free from Assad and shit. And then now, and you had that with Libya, with Obama justifying using that to bomb Libya. That was like sort of the start of it because Obama was not seen as like Bush was. Basically, their excuse for war in Iraq, they have WMDs and shit. It fell apart. So now they had to make going to war, seem more woke and shit, And really, after Trump, they made it. After Trump came in there and, well, after they set up Trump, all right, Slakia for the interruption. Let me continue. All right, so basically, these now what happened was basically they put Trump up there and had him say that shit about Ishkar and shit, and then all that had him say that shit, openly racist shit, right? Openly basically openly demonizing the so-called Mexicans, right? Had him show his horns there. And then no matter what happened, he still got elected. No matter how much times people protested and all that, he still got elected. and he was allowed to, say what he wanted on Twitter and shit. And every time he would tweet, like every time he would tweet, like it would be news. Oh, Trump tweeted this shit. He tweeted this shit now, And then they also started saying that Trump was with Russia and shit. Trump was linked up with Russia and shit. That started back then too, in 2016, and that was that whole narrative. It was a narrative to basically be like, basically shift the opinion of the people towards war with Russia, towards that same Cold War mindset, except now, it's those that, was against war. It's those that basically, those hippies and shit, it's those, so-called liberal Edomites that they say they for everybody's rights, but really they're for the LGBTQ people's rights. The alphabet boys, the nasty people, right? That got destroyed. Sodomites, fuck it, just gonna say what it is. Really, they're for them. But yeah, they're supposed to be against war and shit. Oh, we shouldn't be intervening other people's in other countries' affairs and shit. America should stay the fuck out. And then now, these same types, they're like, oh, America gotta step in. America gotta intervene because we gotta stop Putin. We gotta stop Putin because Trump, because Trump was backed up by Putin, and so basically, and Trump was more openly racist. At least yeah, he was more openly racist, and the media made that known, basically. And so we got to stop Russia because of that. So now it's woke, to fight wars or to fund rebels, to fund insurgencies in other countries and shit, to just intervene in other countries. Imperialism now it's woke. Now it's woke because America has to do it to stop Russia. And this is how Esau was able to take that negative opinion towards him going out there and using the sword and flipping it, towards oh yeah, it's woke. You got these moles, these moles, these sodomites, we got them, they get persecuted in Russia, all this shit about that, right? In the media. Chicks is protesting Russia, you got this group called Pussy Riot because they're violating women's rights, and it's just it's a backwards place. It's an ass backwards place, and that's what they've been saying in the media, in the Babylonian Hollywood Medea, so that's what media go back to. Medea. which I'm gonna pull that up. What that is? But, Medea, man, Medea, which I believe goes into witchcraft. Hold on. Medea. They always go into these deities, man. These really these they're demons, right? Medea in Greek mythology, an enchantress who helped Jason, leader of the Argonauts, to obtain the golden fleece from her father, King Aeetes of Colchis. She was of divine descent and had the gift of prophecy. She married Jason and used her magic powers and advice to help him. But hey, she says right there she was a seductress, and she was a sorceress, and often depicted as a priestess of the goddess Hecate, which was the goddess of witchcraft. So, going into what they really do with their lamestream media, man. What they're really doing, man. Pushing out propaganda and chaining to put enchantments on you, man. That's what they're doing. Through the television. What is Medea famous for? Medea in Greek mythology, an enchantress who helped Jason, leader of the Argonauts, to obtain the golden fleece from her father, King Aeetes of. Okay, I already read that. What are Medea's powers? Mystiokinesis. Medea had the ability to control and cast magic, which she learned from her adult Circe, I believe. Her magic color is magenta. Examples of power she derived from her magic are amokinesis. Medea had the ability, or Medea, might as well, you could say it like that. Medea had the ability to control the emotions of love and desire. No, she was evil, man. Yeah, how is Medea evil? Yeah, she manipulated, bro. She had the ability to manipulate the emotions of love and desire. And what do the media do? What does the media do? Play on your emotions. So they get all this from their deities that they worship, man. They consult these demons, and these demons give them the advice on how to do things. Okay, do this, do that, do this, this is how you're going to manipulate people towards World War III, man. To be involved in World War III. This is how you're going to do it, for example, right? Or to, take the poker chip, they got to poke your hand in to put the chip in you, that which is the MOTB, man. Revelation 13, verses 16 and 18. The media, man. The mass media. The mainstream, the lamestream media. Yep. How is Medea evil? Medea begins her marriage as the ideal loving wife who sacrificed much for her husband's safety. At the peak of the reading, she becomes a murderous villain that demands respect and even some sympathy. By the end, the husband and wife are left devoid of love and purpose as the tragedy closes. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she got in. Yo, man, that's deception. That's deception. How does she do it? She had the ability to control the emotions of love and desire. So she manipulated her husband in that story. Just showing you, where they showing you because the media, the hey the fake news media, right? So what they do. Ah, shit, I was gonna read this. 123 help me, shit. This document on it, but you gotta have a motherfucking account and shit. Nah, man, you tripping? I ain't gonna pay for that. But basically, Medea comes from Greek Medea, derived from Medea. Okay, from Greek Medea, derived from Medea. Medea means plans, counsel, cunning. That's spiritual, man. In Greek mythology, Medea was a sorceress from Colchis, modern Georgia, who helped Jason, like the country of Georgia, in the Caucasus Mountains, who helped Jason gain the Golden Fleece. They were married, but eventually Jason left her for another woman. Okay, whatever. She was also, yeah, yeah, means deception. So she would use deception to control. But that's how. Oh shit. Okay, for revenge, Medea slew Jason's new lover and also had her own children by Jason killed. Ah, okay, so all right, so yeah. Hey, it's like the whore Babylon, right? Check it. It's like this, the whore Babylon. When you don't want the whore, which is Babylon the Great, right? That's what I'm trying to say. They don't want Europe to depend on oil from Russia, so they started some shit in Ukraine using their puppets. And Germany wanted that Nord Stream pipeline, and then they that's why they set that shit up in Ukraine, man. That's why they set that shit up in Ukraine to basically break any type of basically separate, drive a wedge between Europe and Russia. It would drive a wedge between them. It was called the Euromaidan Revolution. That's how they did it, man. It was to drive a wedge between Europe and Russia and get closer to Russia. It's both. And when you look at it, how it has to do with it. Alright, shit. Is how basically shit. It's like how basically hey, it links right up, man. Medea, all these idols, man. These deities, they all go back to Semiramis. They're all different characteristics of Semiramis, aka Ishtar, man. Which represents Babylon, the Great, America, the whore. The statue. That statue, man, with the golden cup, the statue of the Roman goddess Liberta with the golden cup. It goes back to eventually Semiramis when you trace it back. All these these deities that portray themselves to be female is they all different characteristics of Ishtar and Semiramis. Ishtar, Isis, Semiramis. All of them, And Babylon don't want a multipolar world. Babylon wants a unipolar world revolved around her. That's what Babylon wants. But going into of course, Esau would consult this demon, as basically to run basically for advice, to basically not just advice, but a lot of it is on help, I would say, for help running this kingdom, Babylon the Great. Plans counsel cunning. Hey, the crafty counsel of the wicked. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. It links right up. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. Crafty counsel. They're right there. Kala Yal Bashim Yal Shai Bashim Kakadash. Psalms 83 and 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. And consulted. Remember what I said? They consulted demons as well, man, to cast enchantments on our people. But in that World War III has to do with it because It's a step-by-step process, eventually leading to nukes hitting America, hitting basically flying, hitting different areas around the world, but most of them hitting America. And most of you tribes, y'all are in captivity here in Babylon. And also, it's to collapse the economy first. First before all that, to bring in what the Great Reset. This is why, Joe Blow Biden. This is why this devil he banned Russian gas. One of the largest providers of oil and gas to the world is that country. They have a lot of it. Yeah, Biden announced ban on U.S. imports of Russian oil. Warns gas prices will go up further. Yeah. President Biden on Tuesday announced the ban on all imports of Russian oil, gas, and energy to the U.S., targeting the main artery of Russia's economy amid President Vladimir Putin's war on Ukraine. Biden, though, warned Americans that the ban would cost American lives, American families. Well, shit, eventually that too. Americans are experiencing the highest gas prices since the 2008 financial crisis. Yeah, I remember those times when gas prices was high as fuck. Biden, okay, yeah, the highest average to date according to AAA. And then look, he's blaming Putin, but who's banning Russian gas? "Quote unquote," Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, quote unquote, Biden warned. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home in coordination with our partners, quote unquote. Calling it Putin's price hike, but he's banning Russian oil. This is what Esau does, man. Esau's a false accuser, man, and he accuser is a Russian. He's a false accuser, and he's evil to himself, man, because Russia, Russians are Edomites as well, man. And he's being evil to his own people, because they're gonna suffer from that shit, man. And for what? To further that agenda, World War III, and to collapse the economy. Well, actually, yeah, he's throwing most of his people under the bus. The president, speaking from the White House on Tuesday, said the ban has "quote unquote" strong bipartisan support in Congress, and I believe the country. Which is bullshit, because impeach Biden, hashtag impeach Biden now is trending on Twitter. So explain that shit. You ready? Slacking. I'm always expecting somebody. right, let me continue. Quote unquote, Americans have rallied to support the Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war, quote unquote, Biden said. When you got that hashtag trending. No, but he's right. You got some that they're like, yeah, it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worth it. No, he's half right? He's half right. But and that's what I'm going in on. Like it's these same people that they shit. They were the same people that that was against war and shit, you know, so called, right? Was like we gotta stay out, you know, make peace, make love, not war type shit. Same people, a lot of them is supporting the other side, you know, was supporting Babylon against Russia and shit. But not continuing on. Yeah, and they're imposing sanctions. They're trying to cancel Russia. Author Ben Mezrich discussed the sanctions imposed on Russia and the effects actions will have on oligarchs, arguing it's a viable tactic to counter Putin's aggression or whatever. But not all of Europe. Yeah, they keep provoking the bear, just like they did to Japan before Pearl Harbor. And then they're gonna act like Russia might actually do some, and then they're gonna act like, oh shit, what did we do to deserve that? Like they always do, you know, victim villains. But not all of Europe will be on board with a similar ban because they lack domestic oil production, Biden said. Quote unquote, the U.S. produces far more oil domestically than all of Europe and all the European countries combined, quote unquote, he said, adding that the U.S. is, quote unquote, a net exporter of energy, so we, quote unquote, so we can take this step while others cannot, but we are looking closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. And I believe that Joe Blow, well, basically this is a play to, it's a ploy also to basically push the economy more towards well, it's to collapse the economy, man, and then bring in the Great Reset. Also, he has to do that. But also, what I think is going to come out of this, going to happen as well, you know, during this whole process, is you're going to have, this is how the U.S. is going to get drawn into. This is how Babylon is going to get, pulled in to the Middle East by the least of the flock. Check it. There's this pipeline that the 48ers said they wanted to link up to Europe, man, from Israel to Europe. And if hey, this is how, man. And it could be that one of their solutions is just get that pipeline from the 48ers, man. Just get that pipeline from the 48ers. Hey, Kala, how about Shimmy outside about Shimmy Kakadash? That occurred to me, man. This truth is beautiful. Shiaba. Yapa in the Hebrew. We get it. You know, this is how the least of the flock is going to draw them out. Israeli oil pipeline, man, that they put off to it links up to the UAE, man. This is what they were talking about, man. This Israeli ministry, okay, this Israeli pipeline deal, which they put off for now, but you know, it's still, you know, like, of course they're gonna do that, but I can see them doing reversing course, Israel's Environmental Protection Ministry said on Thursday that this was back in 2021, right? So they've been had this in the works. December 16, 2021, 2:42 p.m. CSD, last updated 3 months ago. Israeli ministry blocks UAE pipeline deal, citing risk to Red Sea. So first they was doing this, at the moment, right? An aerial view shows storage tanks at the oil terminal of Europe Asia Pipeline Company (EAPC) off the Mediterranean coast in Ascalon, Israel, June 10, 2021. Pictures taken June 10, 2021. Picture taken with the drone. Reuters, Amir Cohen. Oh, photo. Okay. All right. Anyways, Israel's environmental. This is from December 16th. Israel's Environmental Protection Ministry said on Thursday that it would not allow oil tankers to enter its Red Sea resort, Valiat, as planned under a deal with partners from the U.S. from the United Arab Emirates to transport crude from the Gulf to Europe via Israel. The announcement could lead to the cancellation of the deal, one of the biggest to emerge from the normalization of ties between Israel and the UAE last year. That's what it was for. The environmentalists have petitioned Israel's Supreme Court to block the agreement. So at the moment, signed between an Israeli state-owned company and a venture with Emirati Israeli owners, the deal allows for oil unloaded from tankers in the Red Sea port of Eilat to be moved across Israel and an existing pipeline to the Mediterranean coast, and then they would ship it off. Responding on Thursday to the Supreme Court petition, Prime Minister Naftali Bennett's government said it would not intervene, would instead allow the Environmental Protection Ministry to place like its regulatory rules limiting activities that pose ecological risks. So basically, got this shit going on, and at the moment they said nah, but I'm thinking they're gonna change course, they're gonna switch up and be like, you know what? Yeah, fuck it, and which is probably already in the works. They put that off, and then they probably will switch back. But, and here's how that would fit in the prophecy. Here's how that would fit in the prophecy. That's why I'm saying it's gonna happen. That's why I'm saying, it's gonna happen, because how was one of the ways the U.S. was drawn into wars, like the war in Iraq, right? Oil pipelines and shit, man. Just all control oil reserves and shit like that. That was one of the ways that Babylon would be linked. That Babylon was drawn into wars before. So, wars for the petrodollar, right? The preservation of the petrodollar. all these wars as well in the Middle East was about that. So it was by design, Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, now US got the petrodollar. And basically that's why they fight the wars as well, We gotta keep them buying and sell. We gotta keep them selling oil and dollars and shit to keep the dollar up. So if you look at it, man, you could see how the 48ers are already setting up the stage to draw Babylon, and to at first NATO will be involved as well into a war with Iran and Russia. Because the hooks in the jaws, right? The hooks in the jaws are being placed. Russia is being drawn back into that warlike state of mind that they was in during the Soviet era, man. And it was basically they were drawing Russia in, Esau, the elites of Esau, because the elites of Esau, or Esau is the wicked, who is the sword of Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. He let me get that. But another verse I'm gonna get talking about the least of the flock, right? Yeah, Psalm 17 and 13. Arise ye, disappoint him, cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword. Which is thy sword. So who controls these devils? Most High Yahweh does as well, They just don't know it. They just don't know it. But they think Satan somehow works independently of the Most High Yahweh, or he can counter the Most High Yahweh. They believe that. When he is controlled. But no, as it talks about in the book of Job, other scriptures like the account of Ramoth Gilead, how King Ahab was drawn into that fight. It was because a lying evil spirit from the Most High Yahweh, from the left hand side of the Most High Yahweh, under the spiritual demon Satan, was put on these on them prophets to lie, man, as judgment to King Ahab, for his wickedness, right? He would be drawn into that battle and he would fall. No, that, and also in Job, man, it's an example. Verse 6, Job 1, verse 6, now there was a day when the sons of power Yahweh came to present themselves before Yahweh, and Satan came also among them. Verse 7, and Yahweh said unto Satan, whence comest thou? And Satan answered Yahweh and said, from going to and from the earth, and from walking up and down in it. Verse 8, and Yahweh said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect, upright man, one that feared power Yahweh and eschewed evil? Verse 9, then Satan answered Yahweh and said, does Job fear power Yahweh for naught? Verse Verse 10, anyways, Salakia for that. Anyways, hast thou made a hedge about him and about his house and about all that he hath on every side? Thou hast blessed the work of his hands, and his substance is increased in the land. Verse 11, but put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. Verse 12, and Yahweh said unto Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy power, only upon himself. Put not forth thine hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of Yahweh. You know, showing you, man, who does he report to? Verse 13, and there was a day when the sons and his daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. Verse 14, and there came a messenger unto Job and said, the oxen were plowing and the asses feeding beside them. Verse 15, and the Sabians fell upon them and took them away. Yeah, they have slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Verse 16, while he was yet, and it happened, right? Because the Most High Yahweh signed off on it, man. So who did he answer to? The Most High Yahweh. Verse 16, and he couldn't do nothing without the Most High Yahweh signing off on it. But there's also other scriptures that prove that the spiritual demon Satan is controlled by the Most High Yahweh. They literally follow controlled opposition and don't know it. Verse 16, while he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, the fire of power Yahweh was fallen from heaven and hath burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Basically, took everything you had. Fuck, dude. Basically, took everything. Took everything you had. Fuck. Fuck. No. True. Never mind. So basically, verse 17, while he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, basically the whole point, okay, and it said, the Chaldeans made out 3 bands, fell upon the camels, and have carried them away. He had slain the servants with the edge of the sword, and I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Verse 18, while he was yet speaking, there came also another and said, thy sons and thy daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house. Verse 19, and behold, there came a great wind from the wilderness and smote the 4 corners of the house. It fell upon the young men, and they are dead. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee. Verse 20, then Job arose and writ in his mantle and shaved his head and fell down upon the ground and worshipped. Verse 21, and said, naked I came out of thy mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. Yahweh gave, and Yahweh had taken away, showing that he knew. Blessed be the name of Yahweh. So, basically I brought that out to show that the wicked, the deceived and the deceiver are his, to sum all that up. And these devils think these devils are deceived. Yeah, that's Job. I'm just gonna get this and then just to address that topic, and then go get that scripture I was going to get about the least of the flock. Job 12:16, with him is strength and wisdom. The deceived and the deceiver are his. So ultimately, they're ultimately puppets of the Most High Yahweh, and they don't know it. It's like in my bag for all that. Still having that issue. All right, Slakia. Let me get back to it. Slakia. The least of the flock. Slakia. Slakia, my bad. The least. I'm not trying to distract from this lesson. Jeremiah 50:45. Therefore hear ye. Oh, let me get this. Jeremiah 49:20. Therefore hear the counsel of Yahweh that he hath taken against Edom, and against his purposes that he hath proposed against the inhabitants of Timor. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitations desolate with them. Because what's the result of that is a nuclear war. Yo, my bad. ¿Dónde va este güey? Para 10, ¿verdad? 8 o 10. No, para subir este pedo. Verse 21, Slack in my bad. Just ignore the interruptions. Baba Kasha. I'm try to keep it at a minimum, but it's hard. It's a lot going on around me in my life. Verse 21, and in my life. But verse 21 of Jeremiah chapter 49, the earth is moved at the noise of their fall. At the cry, the noise thereof was heard in the Red Sea. The earth was moved at the noise of their fall. Hey, at the cry, the noise thereof was heard in the Red Sea. That's concerning Edom in general. And the type of hold on. Yeah. Verse 22, behold, he shall come up and fly as the eagle, and spread his wings over Bosra. And at that day shall the heart of the mighty men of Edom be as the heart of woman in her pangs, And I'm gonna say this. Both Babylon Babylon and Teman and the rest of Esau, the rest of the nation of Esau, including those who rule Russia, are being drawn in a way. If you look at it, because when this war is going on and the 48ers, they get this pipeline going to Europe and shit, and mm, hold up, and basically Europe, they're funding this opposition to Russia and Ukraine or some shit. Guess who? Guess who's fueling Europe and really Babylon's war against Babylon and NATO's war, right? Against Russia, the 48ers. And they're also having problems with the 48ers in already, like right now. And they've been had problems in Syria. And basically, hold on. Okay, got this article. Russia's next target for intimidation could be the 48ers, man, because they're gonna get drawn in as well. At least the flock is gonna draw them in. Russia's next, yeah, they're telling you right here, as Moscow slides into global paria status, it will want to upgrade ties with its closest allies on NATO's southern flank, Syria and Iran. They're being drawn in. Russia's being drawn in, the hooks and the jaws, right? Because they're ruled by Edomites as well. And then, so this is how Russia's being drawn into that whole situation. And also this, oh shit, so they stopped the Nord Stream pipeline. They did shit to stop the Nord Stream pipeline. Okay, we're gonna do shit to stop this pipeline. You know what I'm saying? As Russia pounds Ukrainian cities and flaunts, hey, in Turkey and I believe Libya's a part of it, right? Eventually they're gonna end up being on the side of Russia, right? They're gonna be key in doing that shit, Hold on. Shalom, shalom. I'm back. All right. So let me continue. This is how Russia. Slide. This is how Russia is gonna basically be drawn in as well as Babylon. Their international. Okay, as Russia pounds Ukrainian cities and flaunts its nuclear weapons, there's little doubt that the implications of the war between Russia and the West will be felt globally. The relations between states that prevailed only 2 weeks ago are unlikely to remain static. The International Criminal Court in The Hague may investigate possible war crimes committed by Russian leadership. Fuck. All right. Continuing on. So basically, yeah, this is how Russia's getting drawn in. Now I'm gonna get into how Babylon gonna get drawn in. As a result, Russia will be looking for alternative markets in. Okay, well, Western governments keep on. Yeah. They're gonna blame Russia for all the war crimes and shit. The International Criminal Court in The Hague may investigate possible war crimes committed by Russian leadership while Western governments keep piling on unprecedented economic sanctions. Slide you. Ugh, that shit gross, dude. I'm bad at you. As a result, Russia will be looking for alternative markets and spheres of influence. Hast thou come to take us, bull? They're gonna do that to Babylon. They're gonna take Babylon out, and well, eventually they're gonna aim at Babylon, the land of unwalled villages. Best believe the first, ways attempt to take Babylon down is just the U.S. By the way, for you newcomers, according to prophecy, would be through other ways, not through nukes first, but eventually it's going to result in nukes. But as a result, Russia will be looking for alternative markets and spheres of influence, specifically in the Middle East and Africa, where it's become very involved during the last decade. While Moscow ratchets up, Middle East, well, really Northeast Africa, most of that area, Southwest Asia and Northeast Africa, where it's become very involved during the last decade. While Moscow ratchets up ratchets up military and economic pressure on Ukraine using forbidden type of weapons and indiscriminate firepower against civilians, which they're not covering what the Ukrainians is doing, bro. Which is going to be slacking back. It's going to be part of the reason why they basically go at it. While Moscow ratchets up military and economic pressure on Ukraine using whatever. Many in Israel, I already read that part. And then indiscriminate firepower against civilians. Many in Israel fear that Moscow's next move will happen in the Middle East, where we don't know what these devils is covering up on the side of the West. But, hey, that's what's gonna cause them to cause the bear to act even more aggressive just because of that. No, that just adds to the list of reasons, actually, not just because of that. Where Moscow is formerly aligned with Israel's worst enemies, basically these countries that don't want to bow to the beast, that is controlled by the 48ers, was controlled by the Horde, which the Horde is controlled, and the Horde is controlled by the 48ers, the elites of them to be exact. By February 15, when the whole world was still trying to guess Vladimir Putin's real intentions in Ukraine, his defense minister and confidant, Sergei Shoigu, had traveled to Syria, where he met with President Bashar Assad and inspected a Russian military exercise, the largest that Russia had held in the Eastern Mediterranean since the end of the Cold War. Russia transferred advanced weapons, including MiG-31s armed with hypersonic missiles, as well as Americans blame Biden for Russian invasion. Hey, for this reason, Russia, transferred, which that was done strategically for that purpose. The elite's agenda to draw in the kings of the East. They want this World War III. When you look at it, yeah, man. the largest that Russia had held in the Eastern Mediterranean since the end of the Cold War. For this occasion, Russia transferred advanced weapons, including MiG-31s armed with hypersonic missiles, as well as strategic Tupolev Tu-22M bombers to its Khmeimim air base, positioning a potent new threat near the 48er, state of Israel, the 51st state of Babylon. Nah. They're called that for a reason, near the so-called state of Israel's borders, the state of Amalek, really. Just a few years ago, there was hardly any Russian presence in the Eastern Mediterranean since the beginning of the Russian intervention in Syria facilitated the fuck. These people believe that Obama helped them. It was facilitated by them. No, Russia was trying to defend Assad from getting taken out by the U.S. When Obama was the frontman. But it says facilitated by the Obama administration to counterbalance Turkey and aid Iran. Moscow has reinforced its naval presence there dramatically, although the Russian forces in the area are still limited in comparison with their abilities in the Black Sea. Like, how bad expecting someone. Moscow has, there's a lot going on in my life, but yeah, try to ignore that shit, Akim. Moscow has reinforced its naval presence there dramatically, although the Russian forces in the area are still limited in comparison with their abilities in the Black Sea. Experts from the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies believes that Russia already has enough forces to present a potential challenge to long-standing U.S. and NATO naval dominance in the area. As war clouds gathered over Ukraine, Israel became worried. Israel and Russia maintained tactical cooperation over Syria and run a deconfliction center in order to prevent Russian and Israeli forces from clashing. Since the beginning of Russian military involvement in Syria, Israel has been walking on thin ice trying to balance its own security needs with the necessity of making ice with the Russians who now controlled the Syrian skies. Change in the Russian posture in Syria, particularly as America works to seal its re-entry into the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, with Iran pretends a far less portends, which portends means like to give an omen or anticipatory sign of, to indicate, signify, basically, this could happen. It shows that this could happen. My bad. Change in the Russian posture in Syria, particularly as America, okay, never mind, pretends to fall less favorable and more dangerous calculus than the one that Israel has grown used to since 2014. For a time, the balancing went well, and the Russians did not prevent Israel from hunting Iranian war targets in Syria. As was often reported in the foreign media, Israel refrained from commenting on Russia's aggressive demeanor even when the U.S. publicly voiced opposition when they wasn't as much of a guard, man. Basically, in fact, this arrangement predates Russian involvement in Syria in 2014. In 2014, 1 year before Russia became Israel's neighbor on this northern border, Israel refused to condemn Russia's annexation of Crimea despite some pressure from the Obama administration to do so. But 2022 is 2014, Israeli Foreign Minister Yair Lapid first timidly condemned Russian behavior in a TV interview, then announced that Israel will vote with the U.S. and EU countries against Russia in the UN General Assembly. So, hey, man, shit's gonna heat up, man. All right, back on this. So, what might be the repercussions for Israel of its public anti-Russian stance, however mild? There is no doubt that Russia is looking to flex its muscles in Syria, where it's built an impressive military presence. As Russia slides into a pariah status in an international arena, it will want to upgrade ties with its closest allies in the region, Syria and Iran. Yup. But that's true though. Like, and they're alienating Russia even more while pressuring them to to act out more, man. Basically prodding the bear, man, poking the bear. What's gonna happen? The bear is gonna get pissed off. On the military front, signs of Russia's new regional posture are already visible. During the last few weeks that preceded the war in Ukraine, Russia strongly rebuked Israeli activity in Syrian skies. Yeah, because they be bombing the shit out of them. While Israelis complained that Russia was jamming GPS signals in Israeli airspace. When really, the type of defense system that they have, man, would do it anyways, man. They was trying to bomb Syria. Russia's defense system. Russia's a defense unto Magog, defense God of Magog, chief prince of Magog. The chief prince of Magog, is a defense unto Syria. Yet other Russian messages were clearly directed at hold up. In Israel, this was At the end of January, Russia and Syria started joint patrols along the Golan Heights in the Euphrates River. In Israel, this activity was interpreted as a sharp message to Jerusalem. Things in Syria might change soon and fast. Since other countries like the US, Turkey, also operate in Syrian skies, the Russian message might be addressed to all concerned parties to let them know that Russia is determined to force them out of Syrian airspace and help Damascus reclaim reclaim its sovereignty there. Hey, but with that pipeline that get approved, man. Hey. Yet other Russian messages were clearly directed at Israel since the beginning of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, when Israel was still muling its reactions. Busy Russian diplomats felt on the time to rebuke Israel over construction of new cities in the Golan Heights, possibly in reaction to timid Israeli attempts to support Ukraine without condemning Russia too strongly. You see, how these elites are moving the chess piece. Fucking busy. Slacking. Possibly in reaction to timid Russian-Israeli attempts to support the world. Well, Russia has seen Moscow signaled that cooperation with Israel will go on as usual. Many in Israel fear that Russia, emboldened by its violent move on Ukraine and furious about global sanctions, will become more aggressive and assertive in protecting its interests in Syria, and pay less attention to possible Israeli responses. Until recently, some believe that Russia might work together with Israel and the U.S. to push Iran out of Syria, under the assumption that Russia and the United States shared this interest in common with Israel. Nowadays, this scenario, however dubious it was in the past, is simply out of the question. Moscow will need Tehran and Damascus more than ever, perhaps even more than they need Moscow. This development might mean more cooperation between all three parties, and then a significantly more aggressive tone towards Israel. If Israel, 48ers, right? The Israel, so-called state of Israel, is not able to freely operate in Syrian skies against Iranian military targets, and emboldened Iran seems likely to try to further grow its military presence near Israel's borders, raising the stakes in Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza. Shit heating up. It's World War III. And then Russia is gonna, be in the mix, more. Another possible target for Russia's military is the Eastern Mediterranean. If until now the sea was mostly seen as EU and NATO playground, today Russian Navy presence might pose a serious challenge to Europeans and Americans, and it says, and by extension, Israel. Basically the Western Edomites, bro. The beast, NATO, America, the whore, and the 48ers, which control them. Israel, the 48ers, the pimp that control They control the Babylon and NATO. They control both. Whose economy depends in large part on open shippings from its ports. And Israel, the Israelis and inhabitants of the land of Israel are citizens, which is what are citizens of the state of Israel, which is what the word means. Doesn't mean Israelite, whose economy depends on large part on open shipping from its borders. Exactly, They might do a blockade of their ass, bro. Turkey might soon see new developments in Syria. Yeah, they might do a blockade of their ass. And in the U.S., 444 when I said it, 144 somewhere, man. Kala Halashim outside by Shimrakad Kadash. 4 plus 4 plus 4, 12, and 144, it come from 12 times 12. 144K, 12,000 times 12. But, it's also 144 somewhere. That's what that means. Turkey might soon see new developments in, you might have that, and then the U.S. got to intervene and shit. There you go, drawing in. My extension, Israel, whose economy depends in large part on open shipments from its ports. Turkey might soon see new developments in Syrian Idlib, where pro-Turkish militants still operate. In fact, Turkey, they not fucking with Turkey is being pushed away from NATO, man. Turkey, that's Gomer, man. So, plus Turkey, man, nah, man. Turkey might soon see new developments in Syrian Idlib, where pro-Turkish militants still operate, and 3 million Syrians find a refuge, which may create wider instability in the region. And also, Turkey, they ain't really fucking with Babylon like that, They started to, take sides with Russia and Iran because Babylon and NATO is basically, they're alienating them. Oh. I ain't ready. Hold on. That's what they need to do. All right, let me continue. While Russia-Iranian rapprochement in Syria seems almost inevitable, the future of strategic relations between the two countries is still a puzzle. All right, Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. All right, let me get back to what I was getting into. While Russian-Iranian rapprochement in Syria seems almost inevitable, the future of strategic relations between the two countries is still a puzzle. It's a puzzle. It act like, even though it's prophecy, man, it's a puzzle to these average people because it's prophecy. Man, hold up. Fuck. Hold on. All right, let me continue where I left off. Until recently, Russia saw Iran as a problematic neighbor, an occasional partner, for example, in Syria, and mostly as a country that was best held at arm's length. And Iran demanded acceptance as a full member of the Eurasian Economic Treaty, a Russian-led bloc that also includes Belarus, Armenia, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Russia took its time to quote-unquote consider, and when Iranians offered extensive cooperation in trade and industry, Russia generally ignored these requests. During the visit of the new Iranian president to Russia in January this year, no important treaty or memorandum of understanding was signed to the disappointment of the Iranians. Now Russia needs Iran in its markets more than ever before. For Moscow, it might be the right time to expand the partnership as the Iranians have been demanding. Yet, if Iran signs the nuclear deal brokered in large part by Russia, the roles of Russia and Iran may be reversed. With Iran, if sanctions are lifted, having a stronger and even determining hand in that relationship. Until recently, advanced Russian missile systems. Okay, let me read on. There's a loud anti-Russian camp in Iran that remembers how well Moscow ignored Iranian demands for a long time. Yet there's also no doubt that Tehran will be happy to receive the latest Russian weapons. And now it seems likely that Iran will get the weapon system as it demanded a long time ago, even if for some reason the nuclear deal is not finalized. Russia has nothing more to lose, and it will have to seize every opportunity to continue to sell its weapons to anyone who demands them. What's on the, especially with the Russian oil embargo and shit, what's on the Iranian shopping list? According to the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, Iran is interested in Su-30 fighters, yet 130 trainers, T-90 tanks, and the cherry on top, S-400 S-400 surface-to-air missile missile defense systems that Russia previously refrained from selling. That Russia, yeah, yeah. Even if Russia fulfills only part of the Iranian shopping list, it will be very bad news for the so-called state of Israel. Until recently, advanced Russian missile systems inside Syria were under full Russian control. That might change as well. The greatest threat that Russia proves to the 48ers may be in the expansion of its regional influence, especially in the absence of an effective U.S. led security structure, with the exception of Lebanon and Kuwait, which denounced Russia and Syria. A full Russian a full Russian client that denounced the West, right? The Arab states that are unwillingly sitting on the fence, unwilling to put their neck on the line for either U.S. or Russia during the last few years. Some of these countries, particularly the Gulf states, didn't hide their frustration with American Middle East policy, which aimed under both the Obama and Trump administrations in diminishing the American presence in the region, in which under Presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden put a U.S. nuclear deal with Iran at the top of American regional priorities. In response, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt all began purchasing Russian and Chinese weapons and putting their relations with Moscow on display, you know? And that's also prophecy as well, you know? You know, there second Esdras, where it goes into second Esdras, where it goes into the Carmanians, man, and the dragons of Arabia. Let me get that precept, man. Those precepts. This goes into that as well. All these nations over there in Northeast Africa and Southwest Asia, you know, they gonna link up, man. They gonna click up against Babylon, which is Babylon the Great, which is America. Assyria, America is also spiritually Assyria, oppressing our people. The Chaldeans ruled both ancient Babylon and ancient Assyria. You know, both countries that oppressed both the northern and southern kingdom, and both the northern and southern kingdoms are oppressed here in Babylon. So America is also spiritually Assyria. Now, keeping that in mind, 2nd Ezra 15:8, America is spiritually Nineveh. But keep that in mind. Keeping that in mind, I'm gonna bring out these precepts, you know, showing you that this was also prophesied about in the scriptures, and it's gonna come to pass. You can already see it about to come to pass. 2nd Ezra 15:28. Behold, a horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east. Verse 29, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. You have to keep in mind that it's not talking about a horse and buggy and shit. It's not talking about a horse and buggy type chariot, you know. They didn't have the word for car back then, you know, or the word for tank, you know, Humvee, all that shit. They didn't have a word for that. They didn't have a word for jets, airplanes. They didn't have a word for none of that shit, man. back then. So you got to keep that in mind. And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth. Now, so those are like types of chariots, right? Modern day versions. And the multitude of them, and then the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth. And even the UFOs, they're called chariots, man. There was no word for UFO. Like, and they're known as the chariots of the Most High Yahweh and the Son Yahweh Shai in the scriptures. They're actually identified in the scriptures, But that's how it's used as well. It's not literally talking about a horse and buggy that's riding around and shit. It's not talking about that. But yeah, with that being said, let me continue. And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. That all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Hey, I'm gonna keep reading, Verse 30, also the Carmanians raging in wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. Also the Carmanians, right? Carmanians. What are the Carmanians? Let's get this. Carmania was a satrapy of the Achaemenid Empire, Achaemenid or Achaemenid, whatever, Empire, as well as later on the Sassanid Empire. At the time of Alexander's invasion, it was a satrapy of Persian Gulf coast west of Hormuz. It was bordered on the east by Gedrosia and hold on, basically, so that's Iran. That's the southern part of Iran, I believe. Carmanians. It's a name of the region in ancient Iran. There you go. Live north of the Persian Gulf, a Carmanian. So you get it. Also the Carmanians raging in wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. And that's why I told y'all to keep that in mind about the Assyrian. Assyria is often used symbolically, not just literally. Just like Babylon is often used symbolically and not literally in Egypt. So on your horse. Salakia. Shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. Hold on. My bad. All right. So, anyways, back on topic, right? Also, the Carmanians' raging wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste the portion of the land of the Assyrians, which symbolically was talking about Babylon. But also, U.S. bases in Iraq, which literally is the land of Assyria, is going to get hit. But symbolically, because the scriptures often have twofold meanings, right? Symbolically, the Most High Yahweh speaketh once, yea, twice, right? They do have both literal and symbolic meanings. But let me continue. Shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians, which modern day, the country that is spiritually Assyria is America today. They act like the Assyrians. Verse 31, and then shall the dragons have the upper hand. You have to remember before I go on that the scriptures were, they're written in code. They're written in code. They're not written straight up. Like, it's not going to say America, and then it's going to waste the land of America, because, hey, the Most High Yahweh, he's strategic like that. Hey, let me get it, man. A lot of people are like, it doesn't mention America there, not by name. So it must not be talking about that. Like, nah, man, it's not that simple. Exodus 15:3, Yahweh is a man of war, Yahweh is his name. And one of the ways, okay, so he's a man of war, right? He's a man of war, right? But what is one of the ways, what is one of the strategies used in war? Okay, you got something called the Trojan horse, right? Or a sleeper cell, right? Something like that. Well, or a code that's given to, members of your military that's behind enemy lines, So people will be able to, they'll be able to get the instructions without the enemy intercepting them. But you can think of the scriptures like that, The scriptures was written in code, man. It was written in code. And there's different code words for America, man. Like, because that's the empire. Well, it's reborn. It's reborn Rome, man. America is Rome all over again. And Rome was ruled by the Edomites, just like America. And Esau would rule in the end. Esau would rule in the end. Esau would rule, would be the last nation to rule. Basically, before Jacob took over, you know. So at the time of Yahweh's second coming, when our people would be saved from our oppressors, you know, Esau, you know, the worst of our oppressors, man, the devil themselves, man, the dragon, the old serpent, the dragon and Satan, man, would be ruling, man, and it would be basically a reboot, a rebirth, you know, renaissance of the Roman Empire that would be ruling. You know, so you know, in order to sneak, you know, this man, you know, if he could, you know, he's relentless. If he could stop the truth, he would. Absolutely. If it was given unto him to do so, he would have done it. In fact, you know, the famine of the word is coming. But hold on. Bro. Fuck. Slacking for all that. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. Hold on. Con, volume's up. It's unmuted. Con. And then I was just checking. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves conspiring together and great power to persecute them. Like I said, reason why the Bible is written. Let me bring out that scripture talking about Esau, the wicked. They'll be ruling at the end of the basically the end of the time of the Gentiles, when the actual Gentiles, the heathens, will be ruling. Verse 9 for Esau, yeah, and then after that, no more heathens. Jacob be ruling. Verse 9 for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. In verse 10, the hand of man is between. That's what that means. The heel and the hand. Other question Esdras, ask thou not. Basically, we're in between that period. Esau is at the top right now. We're at the bottom. The hand of man is in between. In between the heel and the hand. And Jacob the supplanter, right? Grab the heel, right? Esau the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. The hand man will be in between, Esau ruling and Jacob ruling, and they're in that, basically in that position as fellow oppressors of Jacob, but they're not ruling right now. Esau's ruling, they're underlings, basically vassal states of Esau. They're basically Esau's bitches right now. But that's going to change. Verse 31, it's changing, actually. It's a process. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together, and great power to persecute them. And remembering their nature goes back to, who's the forefather of the Arabians, right? Dragons of Arabia. Ishmael, right? For the most part, they're Ishmaelites, for the most part. Yashamayal in the Hebrew. Ishmael, let me get that Ishmael is a wild man in scripture. Remembering their nature, right? That's why, what the shit they've been doing to Jacob, what they do to Ishmael, man, Ishmael will, respond by blowing up their city. Versus, Jake. Jake has been beating with submission. And 2/3, they're still like that. But hey, Jake's gonna be risen up at the end, but as a lion among flocks of sheep, being a terror on Egypt. But they've been that old lion, starting with Judah here in Babylon. Starting with Judah, which is so-called black people, then trickling down to Northern Kingdom, so-called Latinos and Native Americans, and scattered speckled birds / Israelite foreigners looking like the other nations, because your ancestors were scattered among them. But the curses still hit you. The Spirit bears witness. Still, you're still the salt of the earth. Still all that, the zeal is there for the Most High, Yahweh, but not according to knowledge. It's all there. But yeah, unlike you tribes, man, which the Spirit bears witness is, more so referring to the elect, but, first off, primarily referring to the elect. But, you're 2/3, you're, you're Israelites, but you ain't gonna get on this side. But anyways, unlike you tribes, 2/3 of the nation of Israel here in the states in Babylon, even Babylon North, Canada, I believe, right? But the U.S., Babylon, the U.S. I'm gonna stick to that, Babylon, the U.S., where you have all the tribes here being oppressed, right? And majority of them being oppressed. Two-thirds are gonna be cut off. This prophecy, but because but basically, anyways, that's where we get that from. But basically, I'm going into Ishmael and the angel of. Let me get that real quick. 2/3. I don't want to go off subject too much, 2/3. KJV talks about the 2/3. Zechariah 13:8. And it shall come to pass in all the land, saith Yahweh, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein. Well, where are most of the tribes located at? Babylon the Great. Verse 9, and I will bring the third part through the fire, and I will refine them as silver is refined. I'm talking about the elect. I will try them as gold is tried. They shall call my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, Yahweh is my power. And let me get back to the scriptures, Genesis chapter 16 about Ishmael. And the angel of Yahweh said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son. Thou art with child and shalt bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael, because Yahweh had heard thy affliction. Which Ishmael in the Hebrew, Yashamayala. He had heard. Something like that, along those lines. He had heard, because Yasha Mayala, Yah means he. Shamayala goes into that because the Shammai, Yasharala, that mean listen. Yasharala. Verse 12, and he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. Okay, and he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. Speaks for itself, right? Esau been trying to control Northeast Africa and shit in Southwest Asia, where they at shit. Hey, even Jacob, when they was ruling the Middle Ages Europe, man, between the first Roman Empire and the second, the old and the new Roman Empire. The reborn woman part. But that between period, also called the Dark Ages, which they said was ruled by the black nobility. Keep that in mind. The knights and the Moors, right? Moor meaning dark skin, the black. And even Jake tried to, control him in a way, but wasn't. But by basically they tried to do what Constantine did with Christianity, because that's like Christianity is a religion that's loosely based off of the scriptures, but they also bring a lot of paganism into it. And that's what Constantine created. So basically the Vatican, which was run by our people at the time, did the same shit, with Islam, Well, did the same shit, and ended up creating Islam. Khadija, she was when you look into it, she was an Israelite. And Muhammad, he could neither read nor write. Guess who was writing all that for him? Like all these people that was surrounding Muhammad, bro. Like, come on, man. Jake was yeah, she was a Jew, a real Jew. That time our people knew who they was. You still had Israelites who knew who they was. A lot more than today. Some people say one thing. Okay, whatever. You notice the similarities between the Bible and the Quran, even though it's not the same, They don't teach the names, There's a lot of differences as well, but they got some things in common, like, a woman gotta be modest and shit. The beard, all that's scriptural. Pork, it's not good to eat. That's from the Bible. In the scripture and the Quran even backs up the fact that the children of Israel is basically they're chosen. But then, it flips and says, but it bigs up Ishmael. Then it bigs up Ishmael. It contradicts itself. But, I don't know. But basically, yeah, that was our people that was ruling, attempt to control, basically, and to to control them, but we wasn't doing that in the righteous way. We was trying to because we took customs that they did, made the Kaaba, which was where all the idols of Mecca was at, man. Like the center of it all, man. Allah, which means power, goes back to power in the Hebrew, because Arabic is just broken Hebrew. It's real close to Hebrew. basically, that became they took the moon, the moon god symbols. Why you have the crescent moon on these on the flags of these Muslim nations, merged, incorporated that into it, as well. It's different shit. You can find it shows it's linked to it also has some of the paganism that was practiced by the Ishmaelites before Islam and shit. So basically, that's they basically did something similar with that, except basically it was sent. It's something called this, man. Oh, like okay, like for example, the jinns. That's from paganism, bro, and it was being worshipped. It was basically it was those are demons basically, but yeah, the fasting rituals of Ramadan are rooted in pre-Islamic pagan paganism. So it's like they did the same thing over there as they did in Europe. Our people, man, we basically trim our legs to seek love, and that caused our people to fall off. Fuck yeah. Who ran off my? Holy fuck, though. Tripping. All right, so basically, Salakia for all that shit. Salakia, my bad. Trying to focus on this and swear, dude. Hold on, yo. Damn, bro. We try to do the work. They be on your ass, man. Satan be on your ass, really. You look into it. Be on your ass, man. The fuck? And Allah, which means power in the Hebrew, which basically that's the word where it says God. Where it says God, you have the word Allah, AHLA. Basically, hold on, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, for real. Hold on. Slack, yo. Shalom, shalom, I'm back. All right, so let me get back to what I was getting into. All right, basically, yeah, yeah. And basically the moon god was called was called Allah, was called power by them basically. And that's why they use the crescent. Why do I use crescent and not another symbol? Exactly. So know what it is. They ended up just choosing one of these idols, which was called Hubal, a tribal head god who was known to have subordinate to him his goddess daughters, Alat, cognates Alatu, Carthaginian underworld world goddess, originating from Erish, Gal, Al-Uzza, Al-Manat, the same goddess who famously appear in the satanic verses of Surah 53, as Lord of the Temple City, Ukshuroso 34, 394, 397. To the Quraysh, this well was often referred to as Allah. So that basically they mean power as well. Go back to Hebrew, man. But basically, he was chosen to be yeah, it was not a new term. Listen, yeah, it was not a new term among them, man. Ishmael, as the term was not then used, a popular proper noun was simply a substitute for a name of reference. Hold on. Gotta check the damn door. Shit. Slap you. A lot goes on, man. Bro, let me say it. Slap you. Similar to the Western Semitic, Baal was a title, right? Which simply means, it says simply means Lord is not the popular name of the God being identified, even though Adawan means Lord in the Hebrew, is a title. In the case of the Quraysh, Hu Baal, it's, you notice similarity as well. Then genius use of language was only made possible by a previous event in pre-Islamic history, which made the worship of Baal familiar with it to Arabs visiting Mecca, the conquest of the city by Muhammad's tribe. So basically, he was chosen to be the one. True. But anyways, this article is called Cross Lives, pre-Islamic Arabia and pagan foundations of Islam, basically where that come from, just like Christianity have pagan roots. But yeah, anywho, verse 12, and he will be a wall of Genesis chapter 16, and he will be a walled man, his hand will be against every man. And the reason why I brought that out was because what happened was, our people was involved in slavery. Too much. Busy right now. He will be a wild man. His hand will be against. Okay, the reason why I brought all that out though was because even Jacob was not able to, was not able to basically like incorporate them into the Holy Roman Empire and all that. They basically it backfired, and Ishmael basically you had a lot of Jakes that got converted to Islam. They call those who they and they're now called the Moors, but they were Israelites, Southern Kingdom, so-called black people who converted to Islam. And they ruled parts of Spain. They ruled Spain, ruled Italy. They ruled different parts, You had the Muslim Moors, and you had knights as well, man. And you had you had different members of the so-called black nobility that they was referred to as Moors, which just means dark skin, dark to black skin, Which people will say, oh, they're Arabs. No, they're not. First of all, Arab mean mix. Go back to Hebrew word meaning mix, Arab. Second off, Jake was the one ruling that part of the world, And when you look into it, evidence suggests that, they were Israelites, And if it's prophecies of the 1,000 years, that's twofold. The first meaning of it was the 1,000 years where of the whole, basically where Jake would rule Europe. And there's other parts of the world where Jake was ruling. But, specifically talking about here in Europe, about there in Europe, it's not Europe. You know what I mean? In Europe. And you had the Holy Roman Empire and you had the Byzantine Empire, and they both ruled for 1,000 years, about roughly. But yeah, anyways, yeah, you had different groups of Israelites. You had Israelites who embraced that Christianity, man. The Knights. Then you had the Israelites who called themselves Jews still, man. Who was not didn't believe in Hamashiach, Yahushua. Actually, someone was also embracing the Talmud and shit. You had that. But they're Israelites who didn't believe in Yahushua. You know, they was calling themselves Jews. And then you had you had those, and you had the the Muslim Moors, you know, Jake that converted to Islam. Jake, short for Jacob, forefather of the Israelites. But yeah, anyways, yeah, you know, yeah, some of our people even convert to that Islam. Even you had them convert to Islam, and then you had Jakes that were down there in West Africa get forced converted to Islam. And you had Ishmael united as a nation. Bro, still work in progress. All right, anyways. And he will be a walled man, his hand will be against every man's hand against him. He ended up doing that, yep. And then that's how our people fell. Part of how our people fell, you know, doing that, then embracing Islam, all that. You know, first it was Christianity, then it was that. All it was called the falling away. There shall come a falling away first. And so what ended up happening, you know, is Ishmael, you know, they rose up in power, and they invited well, so I came up bad, my bad. They teamed up with Ishmael, or their Ishmael. I misspoke. They teamed up with the indigenous people of Africa, the Hamites, to sell the so-called black people. You know, the refugees from 70 AD, from Jerusalem massacre, to you know, like they sold them into the hands. They teamed up, and they were already shipping our people off to the back to Northeast Africa. They were shipping our people off over there. They were shipping our people off to India, or to Persia, to India, to even to East Asia, to China, which is the Chinese today primarily are they're the biblical Moabites, and the Japanese today are primarily the biblical Ammonites. You know, most of East Asia is Moab, with Japan being Ammon, and but you got our people that was sold that way. You know, you have our people that was scattered over there that way by slavery, by the trans-oriental slave trade, which is, by the way, how you have Israelite foreigners that are in those areas, one way. But anyways, yeah, you know, Ishmael then teamed up with Esau after Esau, you know, the dragon, right? You know, after his short season began, you know, starting with the Renaissance. You know, script according to scripture. Hold on. Let me get Revelation 20. Revelation chapter 20. Verse 1, and I saw an angel. Okay, this is what happened when Rome fell, man. Starting off with actually started off with Septimius Severus. You know that he was a Jake. He was a so-called black man that took over. Like he and a bunch of other Jakes took over Rome. They were military Jakes, generals. They took over. And that's how Esau was taken down from ruling Rome. Esau was actually being chased out of Rome, to the caves and shit, the Caucasus Mountains. Verse 11, and I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and the great chain in his hand. Verse 12, an angel simply means messenger. It means messenger. That's what the word means. It doesn't just mean, archangel or celestial angel like the angel Gabriel. No. That's just what people think because that's the only definition of that's the only definition that's all they think of an angel because it's all they've been taught that an angel what is. But that's because of these so-called churches, which don't teach the whole truth. They teach bits and pieces of it mixed with lies. That's what they do. Well, let me get angel goes back to messenger. Then I saw angel come down. Okay, angel, angelon, meaning messenger. The Greek word there, messenger or angel. A messenger. There you go. Are not prophets or messengers. They're spokesmen for the Most High Yahweh. So, for example, a prophet would be an angel also. For example, there's a messenger, ambassador, agent. Because you have a book which kind of shows this point. Satan's angels exposed. Satan's messengers, his agents. And he laid hold on the dragon. So this is what this angel did, which represents this messenger, which is represented by Septimius Severus, come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, the great chain in his hand. Verse 2, and he laid hold on the dragon. This was a process that happened from his time all the way. Here's a whole process happened from his time all the way to the Holy Roman Empire in the West and the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire in the east. And he laid it was a whole process, having the key of the bottomless pit and the great chain in his hand. Verse 2, and he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. That's talking about that first period, that 144, wait, slacking. I misspoke. Well, so got confused too. Hey, 1,000 years of the so-called black nobility ruling during the Dark Ages, aka the Middle Ages, and they whitewashed the images of these dudes, man, made them look like Edomites. But when you do your research, the original image of the original images, when you do your digging, because they couldn't paint over all of them, the original images of them were so-called black, so-called black men. That was ruling. Not done yet. Like working progress. Like, for example, King James, right? King James, he was actually so-called black man. The Renaissance, also it was a period. It was a like a transition period, man. It was a process. It was a process. So you had kings. It wasn't instantaneous. Like automatically Esau took over. No, it was a process. You know how this devil, he works like a serpent, anyways. The incrementalism, man. He's that crafty. He's that cunning hunter, man. So, you know how it is, man. Of course. But these kings that ruled the Middle Ages Europe, that they say were so-called white men and all that, lies, bro. They were our people, man. And but yeah, Verse 3, and cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more. Till 1,000 years should be fulfilled. And after that, he must be loosed a little season. And we're in that little season right now. He has a short time. And man, Satan always want to fuck with him. Satan always want to fuck with a brother when you try and do the work, man. Always. Satan always want to fuck with the brother, man. Always. Whenever you doing the work, that's Satan hindering, man. Get that. Whenever you do the work and Satan throws, a wrench into it, or he sends someone to hinder you, man. Send someone to interrupt you. Satan, Satan means adversary, by the way. In the Hebrew, Shatan. But yeah, the adversary, there is a real spiritual demon, Satan, and his job is to do that. 1 Thessalonians, he jump on people. He'll jump on family members. He'll jump on different people around you to do shit. Might jump on you, you know, give you some, you know, that you gotta deal with, you know, afflict you with something. 1 Thessalonians 2:18. Wherefore, you know, or jump on your phone and shit, even on your technology. Wherefore we would have come unto you, even I, Paul, once and again, Satan hindered us. You know, that's what Satan do, man. So, fuck, bro. Yo, and then it's weird, yo. It's like, you know, for the interruptions. 1 Thessalonians 2:18. Wherefore we would have come unto you, yeah, Khan, even I, Paul, once and again, but Satan hinder us. You know, he'll do that. He'll jump on people to do that. But back to the topic at hand. In Genesis 16:12, and he will be a wild hand. His hand will be against every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. That's why you have Ishmael set up shop in all these countries, man. Got Ishmael set up shop in Babylon, of course, all over with them 7-Elevens and other ish, you know, similar stores to it, right? Little 7-Elevens, right? Got them. And Europe, America, Europe, NATO countries, right? All over, man. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. But yeah, you get the hey, another point I was gonna bring out. So our people tried, and our people, it was not our time to like. It was just like, hey, Esau had to be, you know, put down for a little while, you know. So our people had to, and he had to pay for what he did as well, you know. So our people ruled during the Middle Ages. No, but it wasn't the kingdom, you know. So our people fell off. But anyways, points to all that is, you know, our people, which a lot of the rulers then was 2/3, you know, they tried to basically like control or like subjugate or basically govern that part of the world, you know, but in that way though, you know, by okay, we'll just incorporate all this into that, you know, combine the two, you know, syncretism, you know, that's Islam for y'all. What? Oh, shit. Bro, busy. All right, anyhow, um, anyways, and he shall dwell in the presence of. Okay, you know, okay. Before I go into that, well, sort of already did touch on that, but the point being, he will be a wild man, right? And now Esau is trying to control that area, you know, Ishmael and shit through the deception and shit. and the sword and all that, divide and conquer, and it's not working. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him, and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. I mean, they managed to get control of some countries, but not all of them. And he's gonna remember his wild nature and just fucking just go all out, man. Go beast mode and shit, man. Go all out. Go shit, you gonna go all out, man. And then shall, verse 31, and then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature, and they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them. They're gonna link up with them and the Carmenians, bro. They're gonna link up. And Russia and them too, bro. Right. Hey, it's gonna end up happening. What's gonna end up happening is eventually even NATO countries is gonna turn on Babylon, man. Even the NATO countries is gonna do it. The beast shall hate the whore, right? The beast shall hate the whore. Because they're gonna realize, man, this shit costing us a little too much. Like it's costing us way too much. This relationship is very inconvenient. Our gas, from we could have got our gas from Russian shit, bro. Now we gotta do this shit. And now you're gonna have the more gators and half of them they go basically taking out shit. Fuck, bro. So they gonna eventually they're gonna after drawing Babylon and them in the war and after drawing Babylon and NATO into war and shit. That's gonna be costing them so much that shit, the beast, which is already starting to because they see, oh shit, they're trying to obstruct that. Like they want us to just fuck with their like we could get this Russian but they want to do this instead. The beast shall hate the whore, man. NATO is gonna hate America. That whore, Lady Liberty, that rides the beast, man. That reigned over that city, that reigned over the cities of the earth, reigned over all of them. All of them want to be like New York. All of them want to be like New York. All these cities, man. We look at it. how they set them up, man. They all try and be like New York and shit, which is the main city of Babylon. The main. When people think of Babylon, that's foreign and shit. That's what they think of. Either that and DC and shit. Revelation 17 and 16, people that's not from here, especially not from the West, to what they think of DC or New York. Verse 16, in the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, they shall hate the whore, and make her desolate and naked, shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire. When we look at it with Russia and Libya and them, eventually they're gonna team up with Turkey, because even though Gaddafi was overthrown, probably gonna have some shit happen to where they're gonna link up. Libya gonna be back on that side. Yeah, after the Libyan civil war, Russia has supported stabilizing. Like, there's some civil war type shit going on over there. After Esau fucking intervened in that motherfucker. Took it off you. Hold on. A Libyan crisis refers to, okay, yeah, they have like a civil war over there, and basically like, they're not front and center in the world, but hold on. Hold on. After the Bolivian Civil War, Russia supported stabilizing the country and since the outbreak of a new conflict, it has primarily backed the Tobruk-based House of Representatives of the UN-backed Government of National Accord and various other factions. But these other countries that's not like front and center, with all not front and center, with basically like in the headlines and shit, shit they gonna fall into. You gotta say you got, Ethiopia, Kush, right? You have Ethiopia, Russia. Wait, oh yeah, nuclear power deal. Yeah, that they say they ain't got nukes though. You have okay, that's what I found. That's what I found. And you have hold up. military agreement. Better. Russia and Ethiopia on Monday. This was back in 2021, July 2nd, 2021. Russia and Ethiopia signed a military cooperation agreement, according to media reports. The agreement came at the conclusion of three. Hold on. That's a little summary that they have of this article. The 3 days of deliberations held at the Military Technical Cooperation Forum in the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa. Finance Division State Minister of the Ethiopian National Defense Force Martha Hlebij said the agreements will have a paramount significance, quote unquote, in transforming the long-standing relations between the two nations to a higher level, according to the local broadcaster FANA. Quote unquote, the agreement will be focusing on transforming capacity of the Ethiopian National Defense Force in knowledge, skill, and technology spheres, it said. Russia has long been one of Ethiopia's leading suppliers of military hardware. Keep that in mind. Russia has long been one of Ethiopia's leading suppliers of military hardware. Keep that in mind. Russia shall be should be. I ain't even done either. I ain't done, still work in progress. Work in progress. Work that needs to be done. Very essential work. Russia's long been one of, it's important. Russia's long been one of Ethiopia's leading suppliers of military hardware. And hold on. Ezekiel 38, verse 1, and the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, verse 2, Son of man, set thy face against Gog, the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech, in Tubal, and prophesy against them, verse 3, and say, Thus saith the Lord, power, Yahweh, behold, I am against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech, in Tubal. Verse 4, and I will turn thee back, and put hooks into thy jaws, and will bring thee forth all thine army, horses and horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even the great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords. And you remember, they have a word for gun here. They have a name for a word for defense system here. You know, you get what I'm saying? Swords. A gun is a modern day sword. So is from a gun to a missile. Shit, even other types of weapons. And a missile's a huge sword. It's like a huge sword. Also look like a huge arrow. But it's not done. And hey, matter of fact, if a nuke lands in place, it's called a broken arrow incident, showing But yeah, arrows that shall be shot from the end of the earth, from the ends of the earth. Can't be a regular arrow. And the bows, the silos. Verse 5, Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them. There you go. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya with them. All of them with shield and helmet. Verse 6, Gomer and all his bands, the house of Togarmah, the north quarter. So Gomer, that would be Turkey and them. Gomer, that would be them. The house of Togarmah of the north quarters, which I think is pretty sure it's some Central Asian countries, that's going to be brought back into the fold. House of Togarmah. Okay, they say some is in Asia Minor. Well, they say Asia Minor is today Turkey, and some Asia Minor, Turkey, and some virgin moved to Armenia. So Togarmah, Togarmah existed in the area basically like west of Central Asia. So all these people, man, all these West and Central Asia countries, man. Togarmah is actually ancient Armenia, which is Turkey today. So this article shows. Yeah, Turkey, they getting tired of NATO shit, and they gonna link up with Russia and them. They gonna link up with them, and they're gonna be like, man, fuck it. Yeah, the EU won't let them in and shit. Yeah, Turkey and they have that conflict with Western Edomites. Fuck, I ain't done yet. And I ain't done yet. This gotta be done first before I can do anything else. You know, because Turkey, you know, them so-called Turks, man, they're Edomites too. You know, when you look into it, you know, the Khazars, they were there, the Turks, you know, the other Turks, you know, they're the Amalekites, you know. You have the Khazars, the Khazars, you know, the Khazarians, you know, those are your 48ers today. They're Turks. They're Turks. You know, if they was Turks, well, they was Turks, and then trace it back, okay, before there was Turks, because that was an identity that was created, but before there was, where you have all these countries, all these nations, countries, a piece of land, all these nations, even these so-called identities, so-called nationalities, they actually have a biblical identity. You could tell by the prophecies about them and all that, and descriptions of them and all that. And Turkey, the Amalekites, primarily. You probably do have Ishmael up in there in the mix as well, but they're primarily Amalek. They're primarily Amalek. And the Khazars, they were so-called Turks, when you look at it. Khazars. And when you trace them back, hold on. When you look into, hold on. When you trace the Khazars back to, you trace them back first, and they were Turks. They were part of the Edomites also. Because and those were they were Edomites, man. Before mixing with the Mongols, which was Moab and Ammon, and also Jake among them. You had Moab mainly, of Jake among them as well. Before, because they was in that area, they went to that area, Central Asia, and west of Central Asia. That's how you had something called Mongol Empire under Genghis, started by but you had the Huns, which also was as well, Moabites, but you also had Jake among them. Attila and them, right? You had them go through that area. Then you had the motherfucking shit, hold up. You had Genghis Khan and them, bro. It's basically did the same sort of shit. Shit, right? You want to do that? I'm going with this right now. I'm doing this, ain't no room to pay for that shit. lacking for that. All right, so basically, so getting back into it, so yeah, they're the Amalekites. But you had those, yeah, well, basically the Turks that's in control of that land, and a lot of the people you think is Arabs is really Turks too as well. A lot of them, yeah, a lot of them, which mean you have Edomite foreigners, Edomite foreigners, especially among the elites, among the elites of the Arab countries, man. But man, all right. Anyways, all right. Anyways, yeah, so you had the Mameluke Turks, which was basically the Arabs found Ishmael, found them, and they brought them, basically they brought them to hold on. They brought those Turks to basically they brought them as slaves, those Edomites, because Esau was at the bottom at that time, and converted them to Islam and shit, and then they forced converted them, and then later they gave them rights and shit. Later they gave them rights, and what happened was the Edomites, they ended up seizing seizing control of a lot of that part of the world, especially especially and eventually ended up they eventually ended up taking down the Ottoman Empire, and took parts of it. They took parts of it. First, and then they took it all down, and eventually 1453. Those Jakes that were over there, they were actually, they were taken over by the Turks and shit. We're Edomites, so you already know what it is. Therefore, basically they had to get out of there, man. And then, yeah, so you had those Turks who were Edomites, and then you had, you had those Edomites who were they're Edomites who was Muslim. They were Amalekites who were Muslim, and then the Khazars, which converted to Judaism, Talmudic, Babylonian Talmudic Judaism, to be specific, to avoid being controlled or falling under the influence of Jake, which was ruling what was called Christendom, right? Back then, Jake was ruling. Israelites were ruling back then. And basically, like Europe and shit, Russia, and all that. Basically, because the real Christians, which it's really Hamashiach, the real Israelites. Edomites can't be Christians, strictly speaking. They can't be anointed ones because they're not the anointed and they're not anointed and chosen, and the anointed did not come for them. So Edomites cannot be Hamashiach. So you had that part of the world, basically the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire, and those areas that was controlled by them. It was probably had some areas that was still pagan, yeah. But yeah, you did. That was like still straight up pagan. You had those areas. But, Christianity and, the Holy Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire that was rising in power and then you had also Islam and shit with Ishmael, rising to power. And they didn't want to fall under the influence of either. So they instead was like, we're going to convert to Judaism. We're going to convert to the Talmud. We're going to call ourselves Jews, basically. They was known as converts, by the way, until the 1800s. When they started saying, no, we're the Jews. We're the Jews. We're the Jews. No, but before they was known as converts. But basically that's who the Turks is today. They're related to the so-called Jews. And, I'm not saying everyone that's a Turk is a Amalekite. You do have some that are Israelite foreigners among them even. Yeah, Jake all up in that area, so of course. But Israelites have been getting scattered among the heathen for a while, So but anyways, it was actually there's a brother in this GMS brother. He's in England. GMS Napash. He's actually Turk. He's so-called Turkish, but he's not an Edomite though. He's an Israelite. He's an Israelite foreigner. He's a speckled bird. He fit this true. They're not even doing that shit outside my door, bro. That shit comes from somewhere else. So like it for that. But anyways, yeah, Ways. Let me get back to it. Akim. All right, so anyways, it's like hold on. Basically, all right, but anyways, getting back to it. Oh, also, by the way, these are the people that inhabit those lands that belong to the sons of Japheth, right? Well, like Togarma was the son of Gomer, which was one of the sons, I believe. Well, he goes back to Japheth, that's for sure. Yapath, the Hebrew. But, but, it's just referring to them as that because they live in those lands. These Edomites took over those areas, took over the lands of Japheth, Yapath, man. By Yaz Togarma, Tagarma, Tawagarma. What do you mean? Hebrew. Pretty much. sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphaz, and Garma. But so the original people of those lands were Yapah, were descendants of Yapah. But let me continue. Well, nowadays it's Edomites that took over all those areas. Come on, they're Edomites. They do Edomite shit. Come on. But anyways, yeah, man. Hold on, getting back to where I was at. The counsel that he had taken against Edom, I was going into it. Basically, all going to go into how he ain't done ain't no he knows so basically yeah. Verse 20, therefore hear the counsel of Yahweh that he hath taken against Edom, and his purposes that he hath proposed against the inhabitants of Teman. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitations desolate with them. Verse 21, the earth is moved at the noise of their fall. At the cry, the noise thereof was heard in the Red Sea. Verse 22, behold, he shall come and fly as the eagle and spread his wings over Basra. And at that day, the heart of the mighty man of Edom, Adawam, be at the heart of a woman in her pangs. And when you look at this, you look at the same prophecy that is applied to Babylon, showing you that what Edom rules Babylon. Modern day Babylon, not ancient Babylon. There's a difference. Jeremiah 51. Hey, we get it. In 50 actually. Salakia. My bad. I'm gonna go ahead and get into how America getting drawn in, America and then NATO get drawn in that war between the 48ers and the Iranians. They're also gonna get drawn in. Two major powers. Like the rulers, Russia, the Edomite Russians, and the Edomite, and the Edomite eagle, the American Babylonian Edomites, and NATO, they all gonna be drawn in, man. That's why Edom, is gonna be drawn in, right? And Basra represents America. Verse 45, therefore hear ye the counsel of Yahweh that he hath taken against Babylon, and his purposes that he hath proposed against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the least, and the Chaldeans were the wise men of Babylon. Like they were the astrologers in them, bro. They were the astrologers in Babylon, and Egypt. You had them as well, and then the Illuminati represent them today. So, the Illuminati represent the so-called Illuminati, the illuminated ones, but they represent them today. Esau like Chaldeans, especially. Chaldeans was talking about well, the Chaldeans, they saw themselves basically as the illuminated ones of that day, man. And you have the same thing with Esau, Yeah, the same thing with them, except worse, I would say. You go, except worse because they're more proud. You go, they claim to know. Basically, they claim to be that tree of knowledge of good and evil. No one showing you what that goes back to. That was allegorical, and that was the same nation of people. That was the serpent. The serpent came out of. The same nation of people. Serpent is a man. The word there for serpent is nakash. Goes into a witch, enchanter. And snake or serpent is used symbolically even today, to mean basically a snake ass nigga or a snake ass bitch, very a sneaky, conniving person, man. That's it. All goes back to the scriptures. Yeah, it all goes back to it, Who's the original snake ass nigga, that Nakash from the garden? Who's Esau, by the way? Who's Esau? It was the same soul. It's the same soul, the same spirit that was in Cain, and the same spirit that was in Esau, the serpent. And that serpent, then turned into a dragon. That great red dragon, the scarlet beast, why red? Because it's representative of Esau and his empire, his power structure on earth. Surely the least of the flock, getting back into it, verse 45, shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitations desolate with them. Verse 46, at the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved, and the cry is heard among the nations. The earth is moved. It's going to shake to and fro like a drunkard. When the nukes hit, it's going to shake it. It's going to cause that. So, fuck, bro. Okay. Ain't done yet, though. Ain't done yet, though. Bro. Nah, like, I expect somebody, expect someone and like hear noises. I think it's because they're at the door and shit. And also, they told me shit. But I'm not ready yet. I'm doing this live. But basically, all right. So basically, Babylon, they're gonna get involved with they're gonna get drawn into this thing. They're gonna get drawn into this thing, and it may happen the way I'm saying. They may do some shit that's gonna piss that like they may do some shit in Syria that sparks some shit off, man. Russia and Iran both gonna be in the mix there. And then what the 48ers bomb the Iran, like they planning, and then get a blockade, man, by Russia. Could happen. Or they could and then what? The US has a commitment to 48ers, so they're gonna intervene. And they're ruled by 48ers too. Okay. Alright. Nobody there, whoever was been there earlier. Yeah, now they're gone. Alright, so anyways, continuing on. Hold on. I'm gonna try to wrap it up soon. Oh fuck. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Anyways. Alright, hold on. Slack you. All right, hold on. All right, so anyways, getting back on it, Slack you for all that. Slack you. I'll be checking for that, but Slack, Slack. Don't let it distract from the message, even though probably distracted some of y'all. But all right, basically, hold on. Also, hold on. You could look at it this way as well. You know, well, you have the U.S. drawn in because of that, because of what might be caused by that shit, and the pipeline will just increase tensions, and then that's how you're gonna have the U.S. drawn into it. You're gonna have the U.S. and Russia drawn into it like that. Which is going to result in the nuclear war. You know, Russia, they already have superior weaponry and all that shit. You know, Babylon is like the land of unwalled villages, and they train Russia and China, which is the many people with them. They train the Russian troops. I mean, they train their troops to be like in North Korea. They train them troops to be hardcore and shit, bro. They don't train them to be they train them to go hard. America basically trains districts and Vanderbilt and shit. So it's like, hold on, so I'm looking up here. We watch this video. But basically, all right. Basically, hold on. I gotta hit these trolls with raid, you know, like roaches. You know what I mean? But basically, damn yo. All right. So, anyways, all right. Anyways, so anyways, all right. So, anyways, yeah, you know, that's how Russia and Babylon is gonna. Oh yeah, Babylon's a land of unwalled villages. They you know, Babylon, what they got compared to what Russia got, man. Really, if you look at it, man, Russia got superior military technology, so they gonna use it to their advantage to destroy Babylon. And they gonna be able to tear through NATO. Well, eventually NATO is just gonna fall into submission. But NATO's gonna turn against The whore, that's why. They're tired of that shit. But hold on. But yeah, you see this is how see this World War III getting started. And you see you know, and call Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai Bahashim Kadash. He wasn't able to kick me out completely. But hold on. Hold on. You got that going on. And you got that's gonna fuck the economy up, what they doing. And then they come in with that solution. But even that solution is not gonna be good enough. Shit, you got that like I said, we have a blockade, in that war. Yeah, hey, when war break out over there, they're just gonna fucking jack the prices up even more. Which is gonna cause everything else to go up. Everything depends on gas prices. But hold on. Got that going on. You got inflation going on. Shit's crazy. But it's gonna bring about a collapse of the economy, which is gonna bring about the thingy, which is gonna bring about the Great Reset and shit, martial law and all that, martial law, FEMA camps, all that, you know, the Great Reset, you know, the Jacob's Trouble, man, all the way until the nukes hit. It's gonna bring about the end. All right, so that's how we know, you know, we see these things happening. That's how we know the end is nigh. When you see these things begin to happen, and get that scripture. When you see these things begin to happen, Luke 21 and 23, when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. Yup. Because that's when shit gonna hit the fan, bro. And then what comes next? The redemption. So with that, I hope this live was edifying. I want to give all praise to Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai Bahashim Rakakadash. Double honors. Hold on. I hope this live was edifying. I want to give all praise. Well, let me just read the next verses after. All the way on down. Verse 29, and he spake to them a parable. Behold, the fig tree and all the trees. Verse 30, when they now shoot forth, you see and know of your own selves that summer is now nigh at heaven. Verse 31, so likewise, when ye see these things come to pass, know ye that the kingdom of power Yahweh is at hand. Verse 32, what has to come first? The end of this age, of this empire, of this era. You know, the end of Esau's rulership in the beginning of Jacob's. End of Esau's rulership and in the beginning of Jacob's. Verse 32, verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled. Verse 33, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. Verse 34, and take heed to yourselves, lest any time your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness, which surfeiting mean like, basically like, it literally means eating a whole lot of meat and shit, but like being like a glutton, right? But also like basically symbolically, you know, getting caught up, you know, with the lust of the flesh, you know, the cares of this life. Oh yeah, verse 34, and take heed to yourself. At least I'll read it again for emphasis, lest anytime your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness and cares of this life, and so that they come upon you unawares. You know, because you're distracted, because you're in the world doing all types of bullshit. Verse 35, for as a snare it shall come on all of them that dwell upon the face of the whole earth, like a snare, like a trap. You'll see it. Like an ambush. Verse 36, watch ye therefore and pray always, that ye may be accounted worthy to escape all these things, escape all these things. You want to escape them, right? That shall come to pass and stand before the Son of Man. Yeah, I was shy. Yeah, man. So you see what's going on, man. What's going down. Verse 25, and there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations will perplexity. Perplexity, which basically that means just bewilderment, like entanglement, perplexity, confused. You know, basically you're confused as fuck. That's what it is. The sea and the waves rolling. Verse 26, men, hearts failing them for fear, for looking after those things which are coming upon on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. You know, those that rule, like those, they're in heaven right now, man. They're in basically a heavenly condition. It doesn't just mean the sky, but all the way to the spirit realm. Hold on. I gotta get done. Yo, slack. All right. All right, my bad for the interruption. Verse 27, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Verse 28, when these things begin to come to pass, and look up and lift up your head, for redemption draweth nigh, you know. Basically it's almost here. All right, so with that, I'm gonna wrap it up. You know, hey, repent so you be delivered from this. You know, the elect is gonna repent, you know, from the bullshit they doing. Basically, like repent and keep the law, statutes, and commandments to the best of their ability, the best of their ability. The elect is gonna do it. The 2/3, you know, y'all gonna be cut off and die. You know, it is what it is. Y'all ain't gonna get it. Y'all gonna be born on the other side. You know, they'll get it then. You don't get it now, but you're gonna get it then. And you got last minute electors coming in. So, you know, it ain't over till it's over. You know, all the elected sealed, and Jacob's trouble going to hit, you know, shit hitting the fan. You know, all hell breaking loose, economic collapse, race wars, nation versus nation, kingdom versus kingdom, right? Yeah, sedition among men, civil wars as well, man. Egyptian versus Egyptian. That's speaking of what's gonna go down nowadays with the country that's modern day Sodom and Egypt. It's like a great city. It's Babylon. America also. It's also known as Babylon. And today it's known as America. Where our Lord Yahushua, he was crucified again, like it's like he was crucified all over again, man. Because you know how you could be crucified, not just literally, but it's like a symbolic thing. Like they crucified that dude in the media for what he said or something like that, for example, right? Everything about America is anti-Hamashiach Yahushai. It's against the Most High Yahweh and the Son Yahushai. Really against our people as well. We just 2/3 don't see it. they say that, this is a place that, our people is at the bottom here. Our people is deceived. They through here. This captivity has done the most captivities. I've done the Slakia. My bad. That didn't make no sense. This captivity has done the most damage out of all the captivities. This. Because in all the other captivities, our people knew who they was. Our people had their identity. They had their identity. Now, but on this side, man, our people had to relearn it. Because our identity, all right, which is a part of our heritage, was stripped from us. This is the only captivity where you have Israelites walking around calling themselves black, Latino, native, and choosing to be that. When you tell them they're Israelites, no, what? I wasn't born in Israel. First of all, yeah, they be thinking that makes you one. First of all, no, it don't. I'm black, I'm Latino, I'm native. Even it's the scattered speckled birds, man. You tell them, I'm this, I'm that. You tell them that, they're like, no, it's not possible. But the elect receive it. Well, the elect receive it and endure. There's those that receive it that later fall out. But the elect receive it and endure all the way to the end. The elect receive it. The 2/3 scoff. Whether the 2/3 end up scoffing. They always end up scoffing at the truth. Yeah, the two prophets, the two witnesses symbolizing the two kingdoms of Israel. Verse 7. Hold on. Oh, Revelation 11, Revelation 11 and 1. Keep in mind the temple is the elect, right? The third temple was the elect. And the second temple was destroyed by these devils. Verse 11, and there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of power Yahweh, and the altar, and them that worship therein. Verse 2, but the court which is without the temple leave out. Measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, the heathens, right? Gentiles here meaning actual heathens. And the holy city shall they tread, set apart city, right? Holy means set apart. Oh, the set apart city, or the holy city, shall they tread on the foot 42 months. Verse 3, and I will give power unto my two witnesses. Hold up, bro. Shit, dude, it's hot. This bitch. And I'll give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy, because the prophets came from the two kingdoms of Israel. 1,260 days holding in sackcloth, and it was that's symbolic for like specific amount of time, you know. I don't know exactly when the apostles of GMS they have the exact breakdowns, but verse 4, these are the two olive, how's it, two, three score. Verse 4, because it's not like exact, you know, it's this is again the scriptures is written in code. So not everything is exact. You know, some things in the Bible is symbolic, and you got to be able to peep that. Verse 4, these are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks. So the same were the two olive trees and the two candlesticks, symbolic speech, right? Because obviously, you know, you can't be both at the same time. Olive trees, you know, olive trees was used to represent, you know, Jake, you know, two olive trees, right? And two candlesticks, two candlesticks standing before the power Yahweh of this earth. For the power of this earth. I'm just gonna say that. The power of the earth. Verse 5. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceeded out of their mouth. And devoured their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. And our people is symbolic, man. Because this word goes like into it's like to compares, right? Compares on fire, man. When you look at it, you know that should be add up. But also, our people really had what type of power, man. But yeah, oh, okay. All right, so we get into it further. Verse 6, these have power to shut heaven that rain not. Our people had them powers, man. Well, them prophets, man, had those powers, man. Like Elijah, right? And have power over waters to turn them to blood and to smite the earth with all plagues, as often if they will. Verse 7, and when they have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them, you know. The kingdom of heaven was taken, you know, the violent take it by force, man. Verse 8, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. You know, and also this is the same empire come back, you know, the same empire where, you know, Yahushua was literally crucified, like literally. Whereas, and the same people who did it, it's not the play, it's the people that make a place, you know? It's the people that make a place what it is. You know, Jerusalem, you know, also, you know, Jerusalem, for example, is a people before its place, the children of Jerusalem. Those are people. And they like for example, right? Verse 10, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry. Oh, 3 days and a half. Let me get into that. That's the period of our captivity. It's symbol. It's 3 days and a half. You know, we've been these dead bones, man. These dead bones, man. These dried up bones. At the bottom, that's what we were supposed we are. We are lost, scattered. You know, dried bones. That's waking back up, man. You know, and the elect are the ones with the spirit of life breathed into them. All right. So 3 days and a half, right? Uh, we look at history when all the tribes, including Judah now, especially the large numbers of Judites that were scattered, that migrated to West Africa after the 70 AD, migrated into the wilderness, right? Into the wilderness, into the mountains, into Africa, eventually West Africa, where they would blend in with the Hamites, and there's records of that, man. Because Israel looked like the Hamites, but not all the way. Showing you. Hey, Amos, Amos 7 and 9, right? Children of the Ethiopians unto me. Hold on. Amos 7, flip it. Amos 9 and 7, I believe. I'll just look up children of the Ethiopians. Yeah, it's Amos 9 and 7. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Saith Yahweh, have I not brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Captor, and the Syrians from Kir? So are ye not as children of the Ethiopians? Do you not look like children of Ethiopians unto me? Because didn't Israel, and then it says, have I not brought up Israel? Do you not look like Ethiopians? Did I not bring you out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Capsor, and the Syrians from Kir? Come on. Plain. Point there. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me? Clear. Or children of Israel. The so-called black people. But also the Latinos and natives. As a people. But lots of respect. But anyways, all 12 tribes went into captivity. All 12 tribes went into captivity around that time period, 1619, man. Even the ones from West Africa, a lot of them that went down there, right? Matthew, which is with this, like the first meaning of this right here. Matthew 24, and hold up, bro. Let them, verse 15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Verse 16. And let him which be in Judea flee unto the mountains. Verse 17. Let him which is not on the housetop, this is the first fulfillment of all this. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Verse 18. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. They had to dip out, man. Verse 19, and woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. Verse 20, but pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. That was the greatest tribulation they had at that time, but we can show it would be way worse. Yeah. Jacob's struggle is going to be like the worst ever, man. Time of Jacob's trouble, right? And it's going to affect all 12 tribes. This was just affecting the southern kingdom. And some of the northern kingdom to stay back, but not all of them, right? Majority was not there. Majority of the northern kingdom went to Osiris, The ones that stayed either got scattered among the heathen or stayed with Judah. Most of them went to Osiris, which is the Americas, a land never mankind dwelt. At that time, that's why they're the natives. But yeah, you had that happen. They fled where? To Africa. First, a lot of them both fled to Africa, but you had some that had to stay. Some that didn't get away, and they were taken as slaves. A lot were taken as slaves. But you had that happen, and hold on. And hold up. In this book from Babylon to Timbuktu actually, goes into this. Book 84. In the year 65 AD. Oh shit! But to the statue, the people brought the sacrifices of pig meat, animal, which is abomination to the Jews. Because of this religious persecution, the legitimate high priest Onias III and many other Jews fled into African countries, Hamite countries, such as Egypt, Ethiopia, and Cyrenaica, Libya. You had a lot of them go over there as well. Through the last, I'm gonna continue. Through the throughout the last 2,500 years, the main factor that contributed to the social migration of the Jews were wars, religious persecution was called religious persecution here. You know, they try to, oh yeah, religious persecution. They try to impose their religion on ours, on us, you know, and commerce. All these factors were operating and gave rise to the African. It says Jewish because they try to link it up with the 48ers, but nah, man, the African, you know, the Hebrew population, they're fleeing into Africa. The Israelite population, Judites mainly, you know, Southern Kingdom, you know, the royal house of Judah, right? Southern Kingdom. In the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son, this is going into 70 AD, right? General Vespasian and his son, but that was going into the Maccabees and shit. This is going into this. She even had Jake all up in there, you know, before. But hold on. My bad. In the year 65, we see the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. Okay, that's when, you know, we became under the control of the Romans. That's when the Romans took over, like officially. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put it into the Judite state. I'm gonna read it like that, Judite state, instead of Jewish, because Jewish means like a Jew, or pertaining to. Judahite is descendants of the Judah, the son of Israel. You know, really Yasharallah. It's a Judahite state, and also the kingdom of Judah. You know, member of the kingdom of Judah, like Judah, Benjamin, or Levi consisted of 3 tribes. Titus put it into the Judite state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. Yep. And the slave markets were full of so-called black Judite slaves. Yep. And the Lord shall, they did that to us again, bro. They did that to us over and over. Did that to us during the Maccabees. Did that to us again here, 70 AD, which is why how you had Jake all up in Rome as slaves and gladiators. You know, getting fed the lions and shit. Had Hamashiach getting fed the lions by the Romans. But yeah, a lot of them fled into Africa. Where they would blend in.
you're like if you're trying to escape from laws, right? Are you gonna run to an area where you would easily stick out? No. You're gonna run to an area that's where you're gonna blend in, and more so, you're gonna run to an area that's where you got your people there, man, because it's already checked out over in that area. But you usually try to get away.
All right. Prophecy and all the residue of hold on. And all the residue of the prophecies from Deuteronomy 28:15 to 68 befell the so-called black Jews after they disobeyed the laws of power Yahweh. many nations transported the Jews into slavery. Hold on. My bad, y'all. The the Judite philosopher, oh yeah, and the sons of Israel transmigrated into every continent. They were refugees. And hold on. The Jew. Okay, okay. Yeah. I was right here. I think that okay. The Judite philosopher Philo, about 40 BC to 40 AD, who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, said that 1 million Jews resided in Egypt, Libyan Egypt, from the Cathal Balmos to the borders of Ethiopia. Professor A.H. Gabi said that Philomath leaves is doubtful about what boundaries of Ethiopia he meant. I think that he meant the western southern boundaries of Ethiopia, because the prophet Zephaniah mentioned from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. You know, matter of fact, from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Zephaniah 3 verse 10. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring my offering. That's what it says. There was a period of over 600 years between Zephaniah and Philo, and considering the new waves of immigrants coming into Africa, it had 600 years to penetrate all the way toward the borders of Ethiopia. Yeshua wrote that Hebrewism was detectable by its inscriptions from the Egyptian border westward across North Africa to Mauritania. A.H. Godby said Jerome, one of the four doctors of the church, wrote that the Jews were spread from the western extremity of Mauritania to India. Now, ancient Mauritania, Moors, right, including part of its territory on the Atlantic Ocean, from Morocco, and part of modern Algeria. It's certain that the Jews had migrated all across North Africa by the end of by the second century. Some scholars would fix a date earlier than this. And the Greek historian and philosopher Strabo, 63 BC to 64 AD, said concerning the Jews of Cyrene, Libya, now these Jews already have gotten into all cities, and it's hard to find a place this habitable earth that has not admitted this tribe of men and is not possessed by it. And it has come to pass that Egypt and Cyrene as having the same governors, and a great many other nations imitate their way of living, maintain great bodies of those Jews in a particular manner. Privileged status, okay, he's trying to like say, being at that. Or people, well, they like to say, these Edomites like to say that Jake, has some sort of privilege or whatever, when really it's a whole lot of us. So they gotta like play, friend of Jake, to a certain extent, right? But really they hate us and they plot and grow up to greater prosperity with them, because our people don't die, we multiply, and grow up to greater prosperity with them and make use of the same laws with that nation also, quote unquote. After the fall of the Carthaginian metropolis in North Africa, Roman power became dominant in the Barbary states. Under Roman what's suzerainty? Let me get that. Like, this is a good book. I have a lot of meat in it. It's probably bones you gotta take out, but it's a good book, man. A relationship in which one state or other polity controls the foreign policy relation of. Okay, so they were like subject to them, basically. All right, became dominant in the Barbary states. Under Roman suzerainty and power, the Jews of Asia, and so that's what that means. Empowered the Jews of Asia and North Africa rebelled. AD 115, 115.
The Jews consider, I think that was the Bar Kokhba rebellion, if I'm not mistaken. The Jews considered themselves numerous enough to challenge Roman authority in the East and the South, man. Emperor Trajan sent his general, yeah, because of their numbers, yeah, because of their numbers, the Jews almost subdued their adversaries, almost won, but compelled them to suffer many atrocities and indignities. Emperor Trajan sent his general Turbo to bring law and order. Instead of bringing law and order, the active suppression of the insurrection brought a massacre. So the suppression of rebellion under the slogan of law and order may be, hey, bro, maybe good sound. Hey, guess what happened? Guess what happened? They guess what happened? Guess what would have happened? They fled into West Africa, further into Africa. Makes sense, right? But yeah, all right. So we'll wrap it up soon. I'm gonna go to Joel. Joel. Wait, hold on. What was I going into before? I might wrap it up. Continue tomorrow. I was going into what this was, man.
But hold on. Basically, and their dead bodies, verse 8, their dead bodies, Revelation 11, right? Their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. So, and oh yeah, 3 days and a half. The first, so 1619, you take that, and that slave ship, it was called the good ship Jesus, by the way. They pushed that false name on it. Lock in my bad, yo. Sad to do it right away. But let me continue. And they are the people and kindreds and tongues. Okay, cotton. So 1619 to 1719, symbolizing one day. 1719 to 1819, 2 days. 1819 to 1919, 3 days. And then from 1919 to 1959, 1969, when you had Jake started wake up, man. You had Abba Bivens out there on the streets preaching. He's the one who started the ministry out there on the streets preaching. And you had that, and you had hold on, you had Abba Bivens out there on the streets preaching, and then bringing it out who was Elijah. If you can receive it, you can receive that, get it, you can get it, be able to get that was Elijah, preparing the way. And then you had the men that came after him, that were taught by him. Then you had, all the way down, you had King Mashah and them. And you had the apostles and the elders. Well, you had the King Mashah, High Priest Yaquab, High Priest Ariel, man. You had all of them. And then you had the apostles and the elders, Great Muslim, now all the way down on down. But hey, ever since that truth, started being pushed out, it's been bringing down this man's kingdom, waking up the elect. All that needs, the Most High Yahweh only requires 1/3. Only requires the elect. Doesn't require all of Jake to get it on the side. Just the elect. The rest of Israel is going to come back after that horrible death by pain. After burning in that lake of fire, which lake of fire was created by the nukes. It's going to be created by the nukes that hit Babylon. From all the kingdoms of the earth, man. All of them, man. All these countries, they're going to get fed up and they're going to launch nukes on America, man. America been that big bad bully, right? Debo on the block. America been Debo on the block. And now, its time is up. But, yeah, and it's gonna, hey, thus with violence, right? Thus with violence, because these devils, these they're this violent men, right? These devils, man. These Edomites that the wicked that took this motherfucking land from our people. You know, the wicked that took our people down under the Romans. You know, they established this kingdom through rape,